It's a party, it's a party, it's a party. Hey y'all. It's Monday, ain't it? Charlie's out. Shit. You want the truth? I gotta be able to handle it over here with me. Child, truth is. Truth is, baby, these days they be running together like a whole bunch of mumbo and jumbo. I said, no. Oh, no. Hold on. Ooh, I decided to throw a party today and not run the podcast, y'all. Simply for two reasons. Well, hold on. Because the two reasons, child, is just one. Okay. So the reason why I decided to do the party instead of the podcast is because because I wanted this to be a lengthy live. Yeah, no, truth is. I just wanted this to be a lengthy live. You feel me? You feeling me? So I was like, yeah, nah. We're not gonna shoot a podcast today. Unless, hold up. I said, hold up. Hold up. You know, need be. Y'all know me. Okay? I will do an emergency live, okay? If need to be. I said to be. So shout out to that. Now, anyway, hey y'all, hey. It's your girl Shay Renee, and I want to welcome everybody back to my channel. Get in here. Get in here. Child, I'm looking at my little thing. My little thing starting to get dirty. I don't like that. Yeah, no, I don't like that. I don't like that. Speaking of which, did y'all see that post on Instagram where they was talking about getting your purse clean? And I'm like, what? What? First of all, my purses don't ever be dirty enough to be, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can count on, like, I have probably cleaned the purse once or twice in my life. And the truth is, once or twice in my life. And when I say clean, I mean just warm rag, soap and water, wipe. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, but yeah, apparently, celebs be giving their purses to people to take them to get cleaned, and they taking them to the cleaners. Yeah, the truth is, the bitch is going to the cleaners, okay, instead of the purse word on the curb. That's what they saying. You know what I'm saying? Because somebody had came out and called somebody else out about, not, returning their bags. Okay, so then this whole big old thing about purses being cleaned and came up. You know what I'm saying, y'all? And why I didn't know that, like, people be getting their purses clean. I didn't know that. I had no clue. Okay, so shout out to that. I'm like, okay. You know what I'm saying? Well, maybe I need to step it up. Maybe I just gotta step my bag game up. Truth is. But, I don't know, because they were saying that, basically stores be offering that service, which again I never heard of, child. I never heard of it. Yeah, now truth is, so, it is what it is. Unbeknownst to me, I guess, because somebody was even saying that Coach be doing it. Speaking of Coach, I had a Coach purse. I don't know what happened to it. Yeah, now truth is, I just don't really know. And I be looking for it sometimes, not necessarily looking for it, but like it crosses my mind. And I think about it. In fact, my daughter and I was just talking about it recently because I didn't know if she had got it back because I originally had bought it for her, but she didn't like it. So I went ahead and took it and rocked it and made it my own. But I really don't know what happened to that purse. But honestly, I feel like I should still have it. Truth is, it's just black. You know what I'm saying? Child, but yes, allegedly, word on the curb. Apparently, okay, these folks be taking to get their bags clean. So shout out to them and shout out to all of that. Okay. Yeah, all of that. Okay. But anyway, what else is going on in these internet streets? Hey y'all, I said Let me see something real quick. Hopefully that don't mess up my live, but I needed to do that. Yeah, no, truth is I needed to do that there. We don't care. Hey, holla how you do that there. Child. So anyway, like I said, this is gonna be a very lengthy live. So when you hear this voice, no. Truth is, when you hear my voice, scoot up, get comfortable, and hit the damn like. It's your girl, Shay Renee, and I'm in the building. Yes, and you can officially pull up on me, okay, and talk that talk with me. So shout out to that. Like, I'm just so happy to be here. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I always be feeling like Eddie Murphy a little bit. You know what I'm saying? From Coming to America, because like I am excited to be here. You know what I'm saying? But you know how people be. So yes, walk your toe. Okay, period. I'm prepared. Okay, just truth is, I'm prepared. Like a meal get cooked by a chef today. But anyway, what was I finna tell y'all? I got so much to tell y'all. It's crazy. A little and a lot at the same time, child. That's how it feels. First of all, the news ain't newsing like that. Let's be real. Let's talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to today. I want to discuss something that I brought up about 2 weeks ago. And what I brought up about 2 weeks ago is I was asking my audience, my audience. I'm just like, well, I was asking them, and then I was also bringing it to their attention. I'm like, listen, social media is changing, y'all. Yeah. When my kids do that, I'm like, I don't know how to feel. Truth is, I really don't know how to feel because that's not really something that I do at home on the regular. Like, that is really like exclusive content. You know what I'm saying? For y'all. So I'm like, whoa, wait. Anyway, that's a whole nother story for a whole nother day. But anyway, yeah, every now and then they will bust out with that. My son did it the other day, and I was like, wow, okay. I was taken aback. So anyway, about 2 weeks ago, I had brought up the fact, okay, that I personally, okay, felt like social media was changing, okay, and there has been a shift in the content, y'all. Truth is. And like, I wish that I could, come on here and tell y'all like, oh, nah, I was tripping. We back. You know what I'm saying? Back to our regular schedule programs. No. Okay, baby. In my finesse voice. This ain't that. Honestly, social media is changing, y'all. It is. And like I said, I just feel like, well, the question that I asked y'all is like, basically like, like, is it dying out? You know what I'm saying? A certain, ugh. I forgot how I said it. I said, are we coming to is social media, is the social media era? That's why I said coming to an end, okay? Because it does feel like, hold on, I need to change my clothes, y'all. Hold on real quick. Don't hang up. Hit the damn light. This your girl, Shay Renee. I'll be right back. Hold on. Let me put me on a different time. She good. She clean. So anyway, oh Lord, hold on. I'm gonna put me some socks on. Oh, hold on, y'all. Scoot up, hit the damn light. It's your girl Shay Renee. I'm in the building. She cook, she clean, never smell like onion rings. Oh, got her stunner shades on looking like something. That's right. She a nice something. Ah, child, anyway. No, because my thoughts is all over the place and trying to zoom in on a couple of things. So shout out to that. But yeah, like I was trying to tell y'all, social media is changing, y'all. It is what it is. And like, I don't know, honestly, I'm just not really sure how I feel about it. Truth is, I'm trying to. I don't know. I honestly, I'm still I guess you could say the verdict is still out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, truth is the verdict is still out. I'm still processing the change, but it is what it is. I listen. Hold on. Listen, I saw it. I acknowledged it, and now I'm just feeling it. You know what I'm saying? Just feeling it a little bit. I'm not sure this. And let me just say, it is. It's changing, and like I said, I really don't know how to feel about it, y'all. Uh, it is what it is. Like it's listen, it's I don't know. Honestly, at this point, I'm watching. Does that make sense? Yeah. Now, truth is, I'm just observing. But I want to dive a little deeper into what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Hit the like button, especially for people who didn't catch it the first time I was talking about it. But basically, I feel like creators, okay, creators that do commentary, like myself, and others. There's so many. There is so many, 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 many. Okay, many, many, and plenty of us, right? I just feel like it's dying out a little bit. It is what it is. Truth is, that's just how I feel about it. That's my personal opinion. Oh, and I don't know. Really don't know how to feel about it, y'all. I really don't know how to feel about it just yet. But I will say that you know, shit, I'm real enough to acknowledge it. There's a change, y'all. There has really been a shift now. And it's crazy. Cause like I was saying last week, it was an eye opener to hear Tasha K speak about it a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But she didn't speak about it the way I have been addressing it, but she definitely spoke on it. You know what I'm saying? She was talking about how she was basically just saying that, like, wow, y'all are really into that Blueface content, huh? You know what I'm saying? That's basically how she addressed it. And to me, that was Tasha's way of acknowledging what I've been saying. You know what I'm saying? Social media, the social media era is seemingly changing. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. It's changing. And people are, adjusting. It will be really, really, like I said, you know what I'm saying? It's going to be interesting to see how everybody begins to adjust, to the changes, because it is what it is. Like I told y'all, to me personally, okay, in my personal opinion, social media has really taken over the entertainment world. Honestly, I feel like TV is in the dumps. You know what I'm saying? I've been saying that for years now. It is what it is. I've been saying TV is in the dumps. It's changing. People are not engaged anymore. People aren't watching anymore. Um, and ever since I've been saying that, like it is not like nothing has. It's like still the same. You know. It's like, how can I put it? ever since I've been saying that, TV has still been the same. You know what I'm saying? It's in the dumps. It's going downhill to me. And so I feel like social media has replaced TV. But even that's changing now, depending on who you ask. If you ask me, it's only 3 channels, really on social media. It is what it is. It's only 3 channels. And so, like I said, I thought it was interesting to hear, Tasha's take on that, because, at least I'm not the only one addressing it, and she addressed it. She didn't, like I said, she didn't say it exactly the way I said it. She just said it in her own way. She was basically saying that, like, listen, y'all ain't watching TV no more. Y'all really not watching much of anything. You guys are really, really, really paying attention to Blueface. You know what I'm saying? That's basically how she put it. And I already told y'all, Blueface has one of the channels, okay? One out of 3. It's only 3. One of them channels belongs to Blueface, okay? It just is what it is. But yes, y'all. I mean, like, times are really, really changing, right in front of our eyes, baby. And I mean, it's happening right in front of our eyes. And, honestly, this weekend, I was just, this weekend I went ahead and I'm like, okay, I'm going to go on ahead and just see how this goes, It is what it is, because, shout out to Tasha K and her staff and her team, because, personally, oh, God bless me. Personally, I always look at Tasha's page and I be like, Tasha be doing her thing. It is what it is. I always I like to give Tasha her props, because when it comes to blogging, I personally feel like Tasha does what's the word I'm looking for? I'm trying to find the word I'm looking for. I just think her team, her team, whoever runs her social media, I feel like they get it. Okay, yeah. Now, truth is, they get it, and on a high level. Okay, and that's just because personally, in my personal opinion, I feel like her blog, okay, it is what it is. Her blog does really, really good, But personally, what I'm saying, ever since I said that social media is changing, and I've been doing my research a little bit, really, and when I say research, not too much, I just been paying attention. It is what it is. I've been really paying attention. And so this is what I realized over this past weekend. Over this past weekend, I feel like, child, you want the truth? Hit the like button and go and get ready to handle it. Personally, I felt like I was watching Tasha fight for her life. Yeah, it is what it is. Tasha was fighting for her goddamn life. This weekend. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. It is what it is. And like I'm I'm looking and I'm also engaging. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm engaging in with her content. You know what I'm saying? And I'm thinking like, go on, Tasha. You know what I'm saying? Because I see what she's doing. I see what she's up against. We are all sitting here bear witnessing. Child, to this change, you know, it just is what it is. Like, when I tell y'all, it's like, it's hard to explain, but I'm telling y'all, there has been a huge change and shift in social media and our content from the way we like it, how we used to it, how we like to enjoy it, child. It's changing. And honestly, personally, I feel like, yeah, you know, we are about to see some content creators, okay, scraping and scrambling, yeah, like Diddy said, you know, to just get with the shift, baby, because it's changing. I can tell y'all that right now. And the blogs, right? You got folks like Hollywood Unlocked. See, Hollywood Unlocked, I feel like Hollywood Unlocked gonna be okay. You know why? Because they post Blueface about 50, 11 times a day. Mm, mm. Yeah, yeah, now truth is. I saw that they had posted Qualissa last night, and somebody in the comments was like, oh, okay, I get it. I get it. This blog is going to post Blueface and his family. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not saying that. That's what somebody had said in the comments. And one thing I can say about that, is like Jason Lee is smart, you know, because times is changing. And it's changing so fast, right? That I feel like Hollywood Unlocked has been able to jump in front of the curve. Does that make sense? Yeah, now truth is because all of these people I told y'all, I always find it funny when real funny too. Yeah, I laugh so ugly. I always find it funny when people be like, I ain't posting about that. You know what I'm saying? I always find it funny when creators be feeling like, we not talking about that over here on my channel. But then they gotta end up talking about it. That should be so funny to me. So funny. It's like when Red ran back to the car without his chain. That's how the creators be looking when they gotta run and talk about a story that they ain't been wanting to talk about. But anyway, child. It's been interesting to see everybody scraping and scrambling because I can tell y'all now, times is changing and they changing so fast. Now y'all know the man who runs the blog Neighborhood Talk, right? His name is Kyle. Shout out to Kyle. I don't know much about Kyle, but all I know is he run the blog. Have y'all seen Kyle on TikTok or wherever he be? I'd be like, when he get on camera, I be so confused, but I'm telling y'all now, times is changing. Like all of that. Put like this, all the commentary that we used to, it's starting to seem like it's a thing of the past, y'all. And the new people that you see doing it, I can't explain it, but it's just different. Does that make sense? So now, it is really like a big waste of your time to this ain't funny either. It's not funny, but it damn sure made me laugh. Right now, it is literally a waste of time to try. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna get it out. Trying to eat. Hold on. But could you walk and talk at the same time, man? I know that's right. Hold on. Y'all, I just feel like times are changing, in my personal opinion. And in my personal opinion, it's a waste of time. You know what I'm saying? In my personal opinion, it just depends. Hold on, it depends. And I think it's going to be depending upon a lot of things. Maybe the platform. Okay, so it's gonna depend on the platform that you're on. Off the rip. And it's also going to depend on your audience. Okay, but to me, okay, this is me. Take notes, superstar. But hear me out. I know, I'm gonna come on with it. I'm gonna come on with it. Huh? Listen, for me, in my personal opinion, not nobody else's, okay? Y'all hit the like button. For real, y'all scoot up, get comfortable, hit the like. It's the power, it's the power, it's the power. I'm in the building today. And I'm dropping jewels, so shout out to that. But I just want to say, okay, I'm finna get it out. To me, in my personal opinion, okay, your girl Shay Renee, I feel like it's a waste of time right now, like, for me and a couple of others. I just feel like it's a waste of time to, like, be on camera. Yeah, let's talk about it, you know? But again, this is gonna be different for everybody. But for me, okay, I'm gonna speak for myself right now. Personally, I think getting off camera when I did was a really good decision for me. Okay? Just because now that I've been off camera, oh yeah. Listen, listen, first of all, let me just say it like this. I got off camera for lots of different reasons, right? But it was supposed to be a temporary decision. Okay, let me just say that. It was supposed to be temporary. But today, and I never thought about it until today, okay? Right now, today, it don't really make a lot of sense to me, okay? For me to jump back on camera, okay? And I'm gonna tell y'all why. Because with everything being so shaky right now, you know, and things changing so drastically, in my personal opinion, okay? This is just my personal opinion. Excuse me. I feel like it would be a waste of time for me to jump back in front of the camera. You know, it is what it is. Because I'm not on TikTok. Now, if I was on TikTok, that's a different ball game. You know, that would be a totally different story, you know, because I just feel like TikTok creators are still having luck. You know what I'm saying? As far as commentary, you know what I'm saying, goes. They still doing, you know, alright. Even though I just feel like times is changing for everybody, you know, truth is. Okay, yeah, yeah, I'm back. But yes, personally, in my personal opinion, I think times are really, really, really changing. Okay, and just so I don't have to repeat that again, let me just say that, like, um, so to me, okay, just my personal opinion, doing whatever you gotta do, right, to get on camera and do your thing is just like, I can't explain it. Pointless, you know what I'm saying? To me, pointless, because times are like, listen, you want the truth, you gotta be able to handle it. But listen, that's not to say that I'm worried or I'm saying that others should be worried. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I feel like uh, people are making the adjustments that they need to make. Does that make sense? Like, but yeah, if you just pay attention, you can basically basically fact check shit for yourself. Times is changing. Look at look at the shade room. I don't really necessarily know what they be doing when they be having that three people panel, but y'all see that? They got three people panel. You know what I'm saying? They getting in front of the cameras now. You know, off the blog, and you know what I'm saying? Like they doing other things, which a lot of platforms are starting to do. Look at Charlemagne them. The Breakfast Club. The Breakfast Club has changed drastically. Do y'all remember uh the Sally how was her name? Sally Jesse Raphael? Jesse Raphael, the Phil Donahue, the Montel Williams, the Ricky Legs. Like those are all of the people who came before the Wendy Williams, the Sherry Shepherds, the Tasha K's, uh, the Funky Dinevas, Armand Wiggins, um, all of those people that sit in front of a camera, and talk celebrity gossip. Those are all the people who came before, you know, what we have today. You know what I'm saying? And like, hold on. Okay, I'm back. I scoot up, hit the light. Hold on. Hit the like button. Let me see something right quick. Of course, my stuff is dead, but got a little juice. So let me see something right quick. Okay, let's see. So Phil Donahue hosted his talk show for 29 seasons. He went from 67 to 96. Hot damn. That's a long time. Phil did his thing. God almighty. Let me see. From 67 to 96? Hold on. Okay, Jenny Jones did 12 seasons. Jenny Jones went from 91 to '03. Let me see. 12 seasons. We used to love, now, let me tell you something. We love Ricky Lake down. Ricky Lake only had 11 seasons, too. She went from 93 to '04. We talking about all the people that was on TV, okay, with talk shows. Let me see something real quick. Last but not least, let me look up our girl, Wendy. Damn. Oh my gosh. Wendy Williams only went for 12 seasons too. Y'all heard that? So 3 women went for 12 seasons only. Wendy Williams went from Wendy Williams went from '08 to 2021. Well, y'all know she stopped before her show actually stopped. Her show actually stopped in 2022 though. So her show went for 13 seasons. Wendy worked 12. You know what I'm saying? But like, hold on. I just gotta check on one more person. Okay, so basically Sally went for 19 years. You hear me? Y'all hear me? Y'all heard that? So back in the day, they used to go longer, and then it seemed like they started going shorter and shorter and shorter. Cause Sally went for 19 years according to this, and then they started going for 12. Let me see, one more person. Whoa. Oprah was that girl. Oprah went for 25 seasons. Yeah. They said, Oprah said, miss me with that 12-ish, okay? It is what it is. Oprah did 25. So it is what it is. But listen to this, though. She went from 86 to 2011. With that being said, though, that's a lot of freaking time, okay? That's a lot of years, that like people been putting this same type of work in, okay? Truth is. So it's like, I don't necessarily know how much longer that it's gonna go, y'all. But it does seem like, okay, it does. It seems like it's seemingly coming to an end. And like I said, it's gonna be interesting to see what we all end up doing. It is what it is. But like I said, people are just doing different things. It is what it is. People have definitely been doing different stuff. Like they said, Joe Budden is getting into true crime, which would be good to me. I guess I don't really know much about any of that, but you see. But yeah, social media as we know it, as we see it, is changing right before our eyes. This is crazy. And then I keep seeing all these people. I'm tired of looking at Blueface. I'm tired of hearing about Blueface. How can I block this Blueface, Blueface? They tired of you, Azul. Yeah, these folks say they is not Kevin Gates, don't know him, and ain't Kim to him, okay? They say they didn't got time. And the truth is, child, they say they MNF and died. And I feel them. I feel them because it was one day last week I was like, you know what, I need a break. The truth is, I was like, I feel like, and hey, I believe I believe the day that I said I was going to take a break, well, the day I said I was going to take off, because I felt like I needed a break from all of the Blueface content. I think I ended up going live anyway. Yeah, truth is, I think that's the day, you know what I'm saying? I ended up telling y'all that, like, hey, honestly, Blueface is, listen, I was like, his content is kind of boring, without Christian, though. It is what it is. It's kind of boring without Christian. So that's when I was telling y'all that, like, I'd rather they, start giving us scripted drama, you know what I'm saying? Versus people really, like really crashing out and losing their ish, you know what I'm saying? In real life type it. Yeah, it just is what it is. But yeah, at one point I had honestly, I felt like I needed a break. And it wasn't, honestly, it wasn't for a lot of reasons that a lot of other people be saying they tired of him. For me, it was more so like it just got boring. It is what it is. It began to get a little boring. Mm. So anyway, but yeah, try. It's like, it's not much of a choice. Does that make sense? Your only other choice is to get off your phone and go do some laundry. It is what it is. Go get a haircut, go cut the lawn, go wash your car. I mean, I'm just saying, it's whatever. Start that class, start that course. Enroll. I mean, I listen. Uh, at that point, life probably just calling you, man. You know what I'm saying? It's just won't quit calling you, type ish, because it's like, listen, social media has really, really, really like took a turn. It is what it is. And like I said, we gotta get adjusted. Truth is, we just gotta get adjusted, y'all. We just gotta get adjusted to the changes. And like, it is what it is. Thank God, right? For me, I'm gonna speak for myself and not everybody else. I'm just thankful that I didn't run from the Christian and Blueface content. Truth is, it is what it is. I'm glad I didn't, because we still in that thing, okay? Also, I'm glad that we got Rap Girls, because again, we still in that thing. That's another channel. And then you got the other channel that we able to speak on all of its content too, so we good. Truth is, we good. Okay? It is what it is. We gonna be all right. I know that. And like I was saying, what a blessing. For real, I guess, personally, I just feel like, wow, I don't know. I can't explain it, but I feel super blessed to have, I, you know, I just feel blessed to have, like, everything worked out the way it did for me. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. So, like, for instance, like I said, I had stopped filming right on camera for my own purposes, right? But I was coming back, and I don't know. It's up in the air now. Truth is, honestly, if things stay the way they are, I'm probably never coming back on camera. I'm not gonna say never, you know, but I mean like how it used to be. You know what I'm saying? Every day, like how it used to be. That probably ain't. It's just it's a done deal. That's probably a done deal now. Truth is, but I'm not. Hey, it might still happen. I'm not necessarily just 100% against being on camera. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. But honestly, you know what I'm saying? Excuse me, keeping it all the way real with myself first and y'all second, it just seems like a waste of time. It would really, really, really seem like a waste of time now, Truth is, because I can just keep doing my commentary the way I'm doing my commentary. Because Christina's gone, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Times have changed so much. So it's almost like every other thing else, any other thing else. Like, for instance, I was listening to this guy talk the other day, and he was basically touching on how he feels like the influencer era is dead and gone. No more of that. And I don't know. I haven't really thought about it enough to speak to that, but I will say that it has changed drastically. So I mean, I feel like all the makeup girlies, it's just all the Jeffree stars, all the people that came up, and I mean really, really, really came up, you know, um, off of the beauty content. I just feel like times has changed, drastically. That's not hot no more. So, I wonder what they're doing now. I don't follow any of them. I never did follow any of them uh real closely. So that's why I don't know what they're doing now. But I'm sure they're good. But it is what it is. That time has come and gone. So it was like one of them things where you gotta strike it, you know what I'm saying, while it's hot. And yeah, personally, y'all, this ish don't seem that hot no more. But yeah, I'm just here to report on the news, okay? So shout out to that. Give my news. This is where news and opinion link, okay? And sometimes the news is coming from other sources. Sometimes the news is coming straight from me, okay? Straight from me, your girl, Shay Renee. And like I haven't seen nobody else talking about this. So it is what it is. The news is social media is changing. And I do think that it seems like the social media era is dying down, dying out. The blogs, the content is boring. It is what it is. It's been really, really boring. Um, Streaming is a big deal right now. It is what it is. Streaming and all of the content and the clips. It is what it is. Seems like that's what's going on. So if you ask me, it's almost like the blogs are gonna have to start clip farming. Shoot, it just is what it is. These blogs gonna have to keep up. Okay. because I don't know. Personally, in my personal opinion, times is changing. Times is changing, and things are like a candle. You know, when it go out, it is what it is. And so yeah, it's good to see. I mean, it's interesting to see everybody adjust. Like make the adjustments that they need to make. Cause like I was saying, what I'm saying? When I first started this conversation, I was like, if you look, Tasha K has whatever she has going on. Because she had announced some type of news. She had announced some news that she would be working with some Wendy Williams old business partners allegedly, and doing something new. So I was like, gone. You know what I'm saying? You see Tasha K doing something different. You see she doing this tour that's different for her. I said you see Kendra G is now then partnered up with Oprah. She working for Oprah. I said Armand, what his is he I think Armand is on Kick or Twitch, one of them. You got Joe Budden seemingly moving on to a different avenue. And it's just like, yeah. I was saying, it's interesting to see. But this past weekend I was paying attention and I was like, oh, okay, like, nah, I'm really paying attention to everything that's going on. And like Tasha is really literally still, you know, um, in that thing, you know what I'm saying, so to speak. But I'm telling you now, it's gonna be interesting to watch everybody make the adjustments that they need to make. Because, like, I'm telling y'all now, times have changed. Times are changing, and these platforms are too. But shout out to everybody who creates content. It's not easy, okay? But we can do it. So shout out to that. Now what else did I want to talk to y'all about today? Cause that wasn't gonna be it, but I told y'all this was gonna be a real lengthy live. It is what it is. That's why I like to throw the day parties, because the day parties I get to just run it. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like Chris Brown said. When I need, I can run it, run it. So shout out to that. Yeah, nah, and I get to, you know, go as hard as I want to, or not, okay, on whatever else, or on whatever I want to talk about. So shout out to that. Y'all know when I do my podcast, it's just a little bit more structured and, trying to stay on topic and stuff like that. But like, no, I can talk about what I want, when I want, how I want on here. So shout out to that. Um, Hey, yeah, 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 yeah. After that, let's go ahead and move on. So, and then speaking of Tasha K, okay, she reported on uh P, okay, or AKA Pierre. I think his name's Pierre Thomas from Quality Control. Tasha K reported that P had passed away. Sadly, she did. But according to reports, Tasha was sadly mistaken, okay, because P, okay, is allegedly still um in the hospital. Okay. He's allegedly still in the hospital. In the ICU. And they saying that he allegedly had a heart attack. That's sad. Let's see. How old is that's sad. I really don't have a lot to say. I just want to say prayers for him and his family. Uh Now let me just say, hold on. There have been reports about P. Okay, he's 45 years old. Um 45 years old. All right. So hold on, y'all. All right. So anyway, P's from Quality Control's mother has came out, and his mother was basically saying, listen, his mother said some real confusing stuff. It is what it is. She basically said, um, you know, it, hold on, y'all. To me, okay, this is what she basically said to me. To me, she basically said, I feel like somebody did this to my son, because things just aren't adding up. It seems like somebody did this to him. But then it also seemed like she said, but you reap what you sow. He didn't do some things to me, regardless of what he didn't did to me, regardless of what he didn't did. That's kind of what it sounded like. And wow, that's crazy. Hold on. Um, and it's a lie, y'all, because I have reported on P's mother before. I have. I have reported on her one time for sure on this channel. And it wasn't good. It was not good. Um I don't remember everything, but what I do remember is they were at odds and she was accusing him of some really, really serious things. Like I think, I cannot remember exactly, but if I remember, like if my memory serves me correctly, I think she was trying to accuse him of like trying to get rid of her. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. I'm sure if you go back and you look for some of the things that his mother has said about him, it wasn't um she wasn't talking about him being the apple of her eye specifically. But hold on. Here is a clip from his mother at the hospital. This is what she had to say. Okay, hold on. She say she on the 23rd floor.
Let me straighten y'all all out. First of all, my son is not dead. No matter what my son has done to me, no matter what he's done to you, he's still my child. Okay? Now, somebody did this to him, and I know it because there's neurologically no reason. Um, Pierre is alive. Is he well? No. But don't count nobody out. No, this happened for a reason. For all you Billy Badasses, because my son is a Billy Badass. Yeah, see, um, thing about life, we reap what we sow in this life. So, me, I'm a child of God. So, don't matter what you did to me. I can't I can't just walk away from my child like that and he's incapacitated. But cut the lie. Cut the lie, because I'm the one you don't want. Cut the lie. My son is not dead. I don't know who gave TMZ that story, but cut the lie. He's healing. He's recovering. Yes, and I'm here. He's raising up like Lazarus, okay? Cut the lie back. I'm up here on the...
Okay. You heard that? Like, it seems like she is upset, that people were saying that he gone already. Okay. When he's not. That seems like that upset her. And you can tell, listen, listen, the way she sounded sounds like yesterday. Okay, it is what it is. So you can tell that their relationship is still possibly estranged. And you can tell that she just rushed to be there for her son. It is what it is. Which I personally, I don't know why. I don't think she got a lot of kids. But I could be wrong. I don't know. But anyway, that was P from Quality Control's mother speaking on his condition. Okay, she said he's fighting, and she thinks that somebody did something to him. I can believe it. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Like that. That's not shocking. Personally, to me, it's not. And that's just how I feel about it. Because ever since whatever happened with Takeoff, because we just really don't know what happened with Takeoff for real. But ever since whatever happened with Takeoff, I have been just looking at the business, just like side eyeing the business. Does that make sense? Because it for me, okay, personally, it just always gave weird. I never looked at it like that was something that randomly happened to him, but I can't prove it, and I can't prove who did what, but I will just say that something happening to P from Quality Control, knowing that Quality Control, okay, knowing the history of Quality Control, right? With the Migos and everything that went bad with the Migos, and then Takeoff not being here no more. Just given all the history of Quality Control, I'm not surprised that his mother is saying that she believes somebody did something to him. You know, that's not a surprising accusation at all. It's not. And you know, like I don't wish any ill will on anybody or nothing, but just like, dang. Given the circumstances, okay, I'm gonna say it again. Given the circumstances and all of the history, with Quality Control, I just wouldn't be surprised if anything happened to any of them. Truth is, it just would not be um shocking. Okay. So anyway, prayers for PE and his family, because like, yeah, most of the time, anytime when something really really something bad happens to people, I always think about their family, And of course, P has children. And most importantly, though, he does have a daughter that he has that he I know for a fact that he was raising, that he has custody of, you know. So when people were reporting that he had passed away, and then they came back and said, no, he really didn't. He's still fighting. Um, I couldn't help but wonder if that was just because, uh, maybe they hadn't told family, you know what I'm saying? All family. He has children, you know what I'm saying? And this just isn't the best way to learn something like that. Not from the internet. It's just not. So, um, that's that. But I do want to send my prayers up for him. Because, there has been a lot of conflicting reports. Like I saw Charleston White was saying that he heard that he not here. He not here no more. Um, so, who knows? Um, ever since I heard that, I was like, well, it's just sad, you know. It is. It's sad. The whole whatever the circumstance is, it's completely sad, child. But yeah, prayers for him and his family, um, his children, his mother. All right. And then anyway, after that, let's oh child. So that's crazy. Like what? Take the wood and leave the wood. Like this is crazy. I listen. I don't have nothing on my handy dandy notes. But P, which is crazy to me because I know, other things had came up, other things that I did want, other things that I did want to talk about. So that sucks. Um, a love letter came through the mail. It said, "I miss you." Hey, yeah, hold on, y'all. Um, I saw Finesse 2 times going through it. Finesse 2 times is going through it right now. Yeah, he just, ugh. I would say he got a little baby mama drama, but his baby mama, I believe, recently passed away, and now he's trying to get his daughter back. I mean, he's trying to get his daughter from the sister, which is crazy. But this is the thing, Finesse. Listen, um, I just feel like God put you in a position. Go get her. It is what it is. Go get her. Which it really shouldn't be that hard to do. So anyway, shout out to that. Ugh, child, it's a lot. It's messy. It's messy. That's a mess. That's a mess. Child, what was I telling y'all? So it ain't much going on these internet streets, child. It's not. We gotta just, you know, touch grass. You know, if when it all boils down to it, we gotta just touch grass. Let me just say this though. So Blueface, first of all, no Christian. No Christian this weekend. I heard Tokyo Tony talking about Tokyo Tony was talking about Nevaeh and Blueface them. Child, I couldn't do nothing but laugh and keep scrolling. It's just like these folks got everybody in their mama talking about them. So anyway, shout out to that. Um Well, they made the shade room yesterday. I know he was proud. Blueface, I know he was just like a proud streamer, child. I have no words. That SWAT and stuff, it's just, I could not take it. Yeah, no, truth is, I don't think I would be able to. I wouldn't want to get with that. That seems so, for real. Like, who wants to deal with that? You having a good meal and then the police talking about, Nevaeh. Come outside. This is the LAPD. Like, oh my God. Like, for real? I'd have been in trouble. I'd have been in trouble because I'd have hit the back down. You hear me? Uh, truth is, I'd either hit the back door or been in the back with the chef. Shit, melting butter for these crabs. I just Blueface would have been on his own. Do you hear me? That day. It's just too much. Yeah, no, truth is, it was too much. So I was like, okay, we didn't miss much there. Okay. Now, as far as Blueface and the veil goes, though, you know, I mean, it just is what it is. They doing what they do, child. So now, okay, this is the thing. At first, you know what? At first, I was saying, y'all keep saying Blueface trying to get rid of her. I really don't see it. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. I just think that is a big possibility. But I will say this too, though. Yeah, no, truth is, I will say this too. Blueface is. Child, they a lot. They're a lot. But you know what? At the end of the day, they're just a young couple. You know what I'm saying? They're a young couple that are arguing about, you know, young couple things. And that's outside of the infidelity, though. The infidelity and, him wanting to run around and lay around and play around with all these different women. That's something different. But I'm talking about, like, when he been tripping with her about her not cleaning up and stuff like that. Like, that is stuff that, a lot of people argue about. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But that's also the type of stuff that you're supposed to do your homework on, okay? Now he got this first baby mama who seemingly loves to cook and clean. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. She I'm not gonna say love to, but she does it. You know what I'm saying? And she does it on the regular. Even does it for content, you know? And so honestly, I feel like when he moves on, he be looking for that, okay, in his new women, okay? But it is what it is. Like I said, these girls, they don't be going for it, okay? It just is what it is. And I personally, I don't be knowing how to feel, you know. I don't be knowing how to feel because it's like this here. Well, don't be nasty, you know what I'm saying? But then at the same time, it's like, girl, like it's like, okay, let me just say this. So from the girls' perspective, right? I feel the girls. You know what I'm saying? 100%. When I say the girls, I'm putting an S on it because yes, it started off with Christian. Okay, Christian was the first one to always get bashed by Blueface for not cleaning up and not being his little Miss Molly the maid. Okay, it just is what it is. She was the first one to go through it. Um, Now he got a second girl, and this is my thing. Like I said, I feel the girls. I feel the girls to a certain extent because it's like, Blueface got all of them men there with him. So essentially, you want her to clean up after four men, not just you, which is supposedly her man. You want her to clean up after three other dudes too, because I'm sure they don't. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. I'm sure they don't. I'm sure they clean up after themselves, but probably to a certain extent. It just is what it is. He complains. He complains too much for any of them to be pulling their weight around there. So I see what's going on. Blueface thinks that it's his girlfriend's job to clean up after all them. Yeah, now. Like that's a whole lot of cleaning. You know? Child. And it just is what it is. I don't know a lot of people that's gonna sign up for that. You know what I'm saying? Truth is, I don't know a lot of people that's gonna sign up for that. So then you got him and her bumping heads. You know what I'm saying? But then at the same time though, it's like, well, you coming off as dirty a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. You on the other hand, you coming off as dirty. You know, and like that's where it gets the lines get a little blurry for me. You know what I'm saying? Truth is because I mean, golly, you gotta be able to, you gotta be willing to at least clean up after you, Blueface, and your baby. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. And if you cleaning up after you, Blueface, and your baby, then you shouldn't be walking around with black feet. you know, um. It is what it is. And if he needs the carpets cleaned or whatever, then get on his eye. Okay? Truth is. It just is what it is. But yeah, now at the end of the day, she say she got her own place. That's where in the hell I recommend she should be. You know what I'm saying? Because it's 9 times out of 10, it's probably smaller and easy as hell to clean up, and keep it clean, and tidy. It is what it is. Child, she to let big Blueface had that big old ass house. And all the chores in that motherfucker too. Okay? It just is what it is, child. Truth is. You want the truth? Cause like, yeah. Um another thing too though, you could just tell that Blueface is like a daddy's boy, a daddy's baby, don't really mess with his mama, and it really, 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 really hurts him in the long run. It is what it is. It does. It hurts him in the long run because he's sitting up here talking about how long does postpartum last, and how long is this and how long is that. Well, Blueface, if you was talking to your mama, I'm sure your mother would have told you. You know, um, Blue, it's a certain amount of time that a woman needs to take care of herself and her baby. You know what I'm saying? When she first gives birth. You know, so the first week, you should be cooking. You should be cleaning. You should be putting food on the table and making sure that everybody is eating and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Week 2 too. Let's talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you should be cleaning the tubs for the next 2 to 3 weeks. The fuck? Like, what are we talking about? Call the reinforcements. Call the maid. You know, type ish. Call who you need to call because it don't work like that. She not supposed to just go right back to, and Blueface keeps saying this ain't his first baby, this ain't his first baby. And I feel like he know that. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. I feel like a lot of stuff he is doing for content, but I will also say that like they both just, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Because he was saying that all she want to do is hold the baby and use the baby as an excuse to not do nothing. You know what I'm saying? Or if I am going to do something, I need you to hold the baby while I do it. So Blueface said he not really feeling that. But it is what it is, child. We are watching a couple argue over couple stuff. It just is what it is, child. Truth is. How long is these folks gonna be able to keep our attention? Baby, that's what it is for me. Truth is. I'm trying to figure out how long they gonna be able to keep our attention because, it is what it is. I don't know. I honestly, personally, I get easily bored with them. And then he gonna say, I just need an older woman. I just need an older woman. Um, you know, some people do be saying that. Some people do, like Blueface ain't the first person I done heard say some stuff like that. You know. Um, but my thing is, to me, you just got to be careful, because to me, it's all about the person. It is what it is. It's an individual basis. You know, truth is, because you have people who can be the exact same age and act totally different. It's about the people, the person. It's not just somebody's age. Yeah, I am screaming. I just seen Somebody walking out. What's his name? YK. Now he had somebody walk him out. Child. Two through. But anyway, shout out to Blueface and his new family, child. Him and his new family he is then made with him in the Bay. I wish him nothing but the best, child. But truth is, I think they just have to slow down, like Bobby V said. Really get to know each other. It's so crazy too, because people said they think Blueface been reading the comments. Shout out to that in him. If he has though, I can honestly say because I heard him say just recently something about like therapy, and I was like, shout out to that. That sounds so freaking good. It do. Uh, he was just like, maybe I need to work on me. It's like you think, but shout out to him though, because that's the first step. Shoot. Acknowledging it. We all know that. Acknowledging it. That's gonna be one of the first steps. So shout out to him. I was listening to a clip yesterday. He was basically saying that he was like, nothing is making him happy. You know what I'm saying? So maybe he just needs to focus on himself. And um I'm like, hell yeah, hell yeah. It sounds about right to me, Blueface. So shout out to that and shout out to him for real. I really, 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 really hope he is serious about that, you know? Now that doesn't mean that he has to, start doing it tomorrow. I just hope that even if he don't do it 3 or 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years from now, just hopefully he does. So anyway, though, shout out to him. And that, child, it's been a lot. It really, really has. It's been a lot going on, but a little bit too at the same time. So shout out to that. Now, word on the curb is Soraya is saying that she not with Joey anymore. I don't really know Soraya or Joey, so we don't talk about them here. But yeah, word on the curb is they are broken up. Broken up. Um. Okay. Child. Child, they been on the way ahead. They been on the way ahead lately, and I'm just gonna say this. Because I don't know. Y'all know I'm here, I'm there, I'm everywhere to get to see. Um, but they be trying to say it in the way man, I'm on it. I'm so on it type ish. And I really don't know. personally, I don't know. I think why they are doing her like that though is because it has been mentioned that she likes to do her thing, you know. Um, and I think Carlissa was trying to say that Blueface was trying to make sure that she don't be doing nothing while she was with Child and stuff. So, Child, I don't know. I will say this. I personally, I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt because I was gonna already say, hell, do she sleep? Like she hit to me personally, my personal opinion, that girl do not get enough sleep. She don't. She has really, 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 really um fell victim to that stream. Okay. It just is what it is. I think that baby shower stuff made her feel some type of way, and I feel like she is triggered now. I think she will like lose sleep, lose hair, hell, even lose Blueface. Yeah, she don't give a fuck. She'll lose it all, okay, before she don't see Krishan coming into town again. It is what it is. Like I really feel like that boy did a number on her with that. It is what it is. That girl is really traumatized, seemingly, and to me, she's not getting rest. She is not getting rest. Hell, when Blueface took that girl on a date just recently, she got all dressed up, all done up, turned the house into a ballroom. And was twirling and whirling all over the damn stage with the baby. I mean, like, let's be real, man. She over there with Blueface. That lady ain't getting no rest. Shit. Oh. And I'm telling you now, he wouldn't have it no other way. Child, but allegedly. A lot of people think that they are reading the chat and, basically getting ideas and what to do and what to say and stuff like that from the chat. So I will say this, Nevaeh. If you listening, go on and take Superior to school, okay? Because word on the curve is he old enough to go to school, and I personally think that school will be a benefit, you know what I'm saying, for him. And even you too, with the new baby. It can help you get a little bit adjusted. And then I will say, so I think Superior will love school. Okay, I personally, I feel like gonna take him to school. Okay, we listening, we always listening, and we not judging. But I could have sworn I heard you say, hold on. I could have sworn I heard her say that he can go to school from Blueface's house. Okay, so it is what it is. Going to get him up there. Okay, going to get him up there. But I will say this too though. Yeah. Now, truth is, I will say this. When Superior starts school, Nevaeh, you keep him out for the stream. Yeah, now truth is, keep him out for the stream, okay? Just is what it is. In my personal opinion, the stream is for adults. Okay? And it doesn't mean the superior need to get on there, acting like one. I know, okay? No, okay? No, just go and get him in school, put him in school, and keep his butt offline, okay? That's what it is. But shout out to that. Other than that, shout out to uh the new mother who, you know, I feel like Blueface needs to quit coming down, so hard on. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But I will say this. I also think that it's for content. I think a lot of the stuff is for content. So shout out to that. Um, Child, what else is going on? Uh, uh, no, I said not NBA YoungBoy cussing out Tasha K. Ooh, but NBA YoungBoy threatened Tasha K. I ain't like that. Yeah, nah, truth is I ain't like that. Like let that lady do her job. You know, one, and then two, like if that was Nancy Grace, I don't know if he would have did that. It is what it is. Like don't talk about it, be about it. You know, tell Nancy Grace that that's how people end up shit happening to them. Tell her that. Don't tell Tasha that. I don't like Okay. But it is what it is. That's just me. But yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. Like had that same kind of energy for everybody, but it's weird. I think it's always weird how people don't. They never have the same type of energy for their people, if that makes sense. And yes, do I get it? Yes, I get it. I know it worked both ways, right? I could hear somebody now saying, well, the problem with that is the YT people don't report on you. Okay, well, you're not important enough to the YT people. Great. You see what I'm saying? Like, okay. But you important enough to your own community to be reported on. So, like, it is what it is. Don't be threatening them, stupid. Duh. Trying to threaten somebody from doing their dang on job. Boy, get the hell on. Yeah, no, the truth is, y'all know I don't like to be in the middle. And I don't like choosing sides, but man, that was a bit much. It is what it is. That was a bit much. She reported that his wife left him. Sure. You don't want nobody reporting that your wife left you. Don't get online begging for her to come home. It's just that plain and simple. Like, dang. Like, who does that? Child, crazy. Like, who does that for real? Hold on. Hey, food stars, it's your girl Shay Renee. If you just now get here, you in good time, record time. It's a good time because I'm talking about NBA YoungBoy going out for Tasha K. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like, mm, you never know with Tasha, because Tasha probably, up until the thread part, she probably thought it was a little funny, because it is what it is. He was just cussing her out, which a lot of people was telling her that he was gonna do. It just is what it is. They said, oh yeah, NBA Young boy gonna cuss you out in 3, 2, 1. Release him. He did. Um, But at the end of the day, I'm like, boy, shut up. Don't be telling nobody what you gonna do to them. That's weird. It is what it is. This is a freaking reporter. Are you kidding me? This is a freaking reporter. You know what I'm saying? For real. Regardless of what people want to believe. Shoot. Tasha it has made it. You know what I'm saying? She just like any other news outlet. Like, damn, let it burn, Usher. But anyway, child. Anyway, I'm trying to see what else is going on these internet streets. Child, it's a lie. It's been a lie. That's why I want to throw a party. Throw a party. Let me just say this though, 'cause since I made sure I tagged him. Shout out to Christian Rock too, who, like, it is what it is. She left Blueface and LA on red. Okay. Um, this weekend. Shout out to her. Shout out to that. Like, I can only imagine. You know, like, for real, I can only imagine um how challenging it is. To have to deal with certain stuff. Because the truth, listen, I was thinking about Christian and her coaches, right? And I was thinking that, like, uh, trust goes both ways. Um, they have to be able to trust Christian. You know, um, Christian, are you gonna listen? Are you gonna do what you're supposed to do? You know, because hold on, y'all. Oh, okay. Yeah, because although um, you know, Krishan is grown, she's grown and um, they can't just really tell her what to do like that. But at the end of the day, though, I think they have to be able to trust her. You know, hold on. Yeah, and I feel like just like with most relationships, you know what I'm saying? They need trust, you know, and so I feel like they have to be able to trust her on and off, you know, inside and outside of the ring, you know, and so it is what it is. Personally, I think Krishan has some decisions to make, you know. This past weekend, it is what it is. And she decided, you know what I'm saying? She chose her. She chose her, herself, uh, and her own personal journey, you know. And honestly, I don't know. It just depends. Like I was listening to a clip with Krishan though. Krishan is I don't know how to put it, but she's smarter than what people give her credit for. Yeah, truth is. Cause I was listening to this clip, you know, and in the clip, she was basically saying that like Blueface, she was basically speaking on how Blueface been checking the veil for talking about June, for talking about her son. But she was also saying that like he still be playing in my face though, you know. So I think she was talking about him not claiming the baby and stuff. So she was like, "So I'm playing his," and she do, you know what I'm saying? She do, and so like, remember the last time, she was around him. In other words, like she just don't be. That's why that explains why she don't be doing a lot of shit. Remember when Blueface got mad at her and went off on her and said she quick to stream with other people, but she don't like streaming with him. She like to cut his stream off, and that's why she be doing that. Cause she said he still be playing in her face, on her baby face. So she be playing in here. Shout out to Krishan. And shout out to that. I'm just glad she stayed her ass in Baltimore, okay, this weekend. Because the truth is, that girl is over there with, man, I told y'all, the best of the best. And I would say, you know, she need to open up her eyes and quit playing around. But listen, if it's meant to be, it'll be. Uh, yeah. So shout out to that. Now another thing that I will say though is, y'all know I really don't normally speak on her baby. You know, truth is I don't, because I feel like, um, I just feel like honestly, I feel like if I was Christian, I wouldn't share nothing about my child. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like the fact that we don't know, that's what stops me from speaking on her baby. You know, I'm just prayerful. You know, I'm praying. I'm always praying that she taking care of her business. You know what I'm saying? As far as her baby goes, behind the scenes, and it is what it is. That's how I feel today. You know, um, I'm just verbalizing it. I really, really, really do pray that Christian is taking care of her business as far as her baby goes. For real, behind the scenes. Um, and at God's speed too, you know? So, uh, one thing I can say, and I do want to say is, I personally, I think, uh, really, I feel two ways about it. Um, One, I feel like Christian be trying to do things privately, you know? And when I say privately, I mean like, um, mm, I mean like, mm, you know, like all on her own, so to speak. Yeah, nah, truth is. Like, for instance, somebody was saying that they don't think that, now this is not me, but somebody was saying that they don't think that Krishan's baby has seen a physician, um, you know, in a while. And I don't know. I don't know if he's on a physician's care, but I would hope so. You know, truth is, I just would hope so. Um, Even if she's doing things privately, like I said. And maybe when I say privately, I might be saying it wrong. But you know, like, so, because I've been thinking about this. And honestly, I think that, because see, certain stuff be coming up. People be saying when it's time for him to go to school and all of this and all of that. I don't know. I don't know how that's going to go. But I be thinking that, I'm like, well, how? You know what I'm saying? Because we all know, like, the kids be having to go to the doctor. They be having to do certain stuff. So it's like, how does she bypass that? How could she bypass that? And it's like, to me, the only way, well, not the only way. Yeah, no, truth is, not the only way. Because people be, people be saying a whole lot of stuff that I don't know. I can't confirm, deny or confirm. Okay, it just is what it is. But I would think that one of the ways that she will be able to bypass some of the stuff that the doctor might be wanting her to do, or like, you know, just uh, normal stuff that people be having to go through. Um, is there something with religion? That's all I could think. That's all I could think. Something with religion, y'all. But, you know, like I said, prayers, you know, prayers for her and the first time mother and her baby. You know, like I said, I just pray that she doing everything she need to do for him. Okay, period. Behind the scenes, it just is what it is. Uh, Cause I don't know. Truth is, I really don't be knowing. I just be listening. I mean, I be reading the comments like everybody else. Okay, I do. And they be saying certain stuff, you know, and I be like, you know, just like note it. And then I be like, you know, I'm like everybody else, I'm watching, you know, looking for progress and stuff like that, you know. I guess, you know, giving the mother the benefit of the doubt, you know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. I pray that you know, she on top of her ish. It just is what it is. Cause like yeah, I can imagine. I can only imagine that it's probably a lot. So prayers for them, okay? Prayers for them both. Hold on. Make sure y'all hit the damn like. And hold on real quick. But yeah, I'm back, y'all. And yeah, shout out to Krishan Child who, you know, just seemingly lost her way a little bit. Um, um, Honestly, her and Blueface both. Her and Blueface both. It's crazy too, cause if you listen to him talk, he was kind of like uh, seemingly saying that he was kind of seemingly saying that he now realizes why him and Krishan aren't the best for each other. He kind of said it in so many words. Like, he was like, you know what I'm saying? He was basically like, shout out to her. She got her life in Baltimore. He was like, he gonna always care about her. And that they gonna always be friends. And I don't know. To me, he was kind of like, yeah, like trying to let the chat be known. I mean, trying to let it be known, cause yeah, um, I don't know. Some truth is, you know how some people, when they see a couple together, they'll just want that old thing back. You know what I'm saying? So to speak. And that's how they be doing Christian and Blueface. Believe it or not, some people be wanting them to be back together. Child. Ugh. The people don't need to be back together though. Ooh. Let's be real. Some people do not need to be back together. So anyway, shout out to that. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. Oh my goodness, y'all. Hold on. Oh, Lord.
This person has been a literal piece of shit to me in private. And not even in private, because a lot of people publicly know, family knows, and everything. But this person proposes to me, wants to build a life with me, has me move my life out here, cheats on me. I find out, continuously just telling me that he doesn't want that life, he wants me, da da da. Then proceeds to be out with people. And yes, I have my receipts. I have my fucking receipts. But you guys will know who the fuck this is. And I don't want this to be a confusion any longer. There's no podcast he can get on, sweet talk in the world. It's over with. Never been the type.
Oh. Oh my God. Y'all.
I am so fucking upset, and I don't know if one day I'll regret this, but right now I don't regret it, because this person has been a literal piece of shit to me in private. And
she's probably gonna regret it. Hell, she already does. They said she posted it and deleted it.
The empathy. Never been the type to come online, but this person needs to be. She's like, I was engaged, I had a child.
Oh my God. So, ooh, child. That's sad. She had pictures. She had. Ooh, yeah. That's Soraya and Joey Badass. Child, you hold on. His name is Joey Badass, ain't it? I mean, come on. I hate to say it, but like, I don't really want to be that girl, but he goes by Joey Badass. Oh my God. Anyway, prayers though. That's all I'm gonna say. Prayers for her and her situation, child, because that is a lot. She got audio of this man talking to another girl about her. Oh, he out of there, like she said. Okay, anyway, child, anyway, and so Krishan said she gonna take a break from being online, which is no surprise there. She don't really be online, but I don't know why she would stop her bag. But it is what it is. I mean, I get it. Does that make sense? Like, you know, some people like to go through what they're going through in private. You know, some people can suffer in front of people. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. Like Blueface, you know, it is what it is. He can go through whatever he going through publicly. You know what I'm saying? He gonna do the best he can do. But you know, some people rather not. And that's what it seems like. Krishan ain't into all of that. You know. That's what it seems like. But I don't know why she can't get her bag. Like, I was just thinking about that. She is like really letting this get to her. Like, for instance, Nevaeh. Okay, how can I put it? So Nevaeh knew. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, now truth is. So the whole time, most people thought, you know, Krishan was getting her life together and going on about her life. You know, um, she was, you know, behind the scenes, like talking about being with Blueface still, you know. And see, Nevaeh knew that. Oh my word. Nevaeh knew that. And her and Blueface, you know? So it's crazy, but that's what I was gonna tell y'all a minute ago before I got sidetracked and started scrolling online. When it comes to Blueface, I don't know. Like he is 50-50 with him to me. Like I think a part of him be wanting to see Krishan move on and do great, but I think a part of him wouldn't mind seeing her mess it up either. You know, like it's hard to explain, but yeah, you know, cause y'all know what I think for real. Remember when they was in Miami? It seemed like they was putting the camera on Blueface and like basically exposing that he was there to me. And so it seemed like right after that, he started exposing some shit too. No, truth is, okay? Yeah, yeah, make sure y'all scoot up and hit the like button. He started, to me, he started exposing that, like, he just started showing Christian in a different light to me, you know. Like after that, he started showing that she be cussing. Um, and that was the main thing to me, you know. But the cussing and then her fighting, like, ah, Lord, that was a wrap, you know. It's like after that, he was like, yeah. Like, you know, almost like his job was done. But ultimately, I really don't think he be want her to blow it, you know. I think he be want her to be somebody that people want to see on his stream, you know what I'm saying? Be somebody that people are excited to see, you know. I think uh but I also think he wish she, you know, like she was in LA. She was in LA too, cause I think if Krishan was in LA, baby, you know, if listen, if I honestly, personally, I think if Krishan was in LA, child, yeah, you know, I just feel like it's a good thing, and by the grace of God that she not, you know, and her campus so far away and stuff. That's a blessing in disguise because, man, I think if she was in LA, it wouldn't be no good, you know, because I feel like her and Blueface would definitely like kind of be inseparable a little bit, you know. And I think that the way Nevaeh like to chase after Blueface, yeah, you go ahead. She chase him to the wrong spot. I'm telling you now, you know what I'm saying? For real. So anyway, like I was saying though, shout out to Christian because she I mean, let's be real. Christian got lot of more other important shit to be worried about. You know, truth is. So honestly, she needed to be exposed the way she was. She did. And I think now Krishan probably going back to the drawing board. I think her mind is all over the place. Truth is. Yeah, now let's talk about it. Truth is, I think um before all of this we just saw just recently with her being around Blueface and the whole outcome and all of that, I personally think that she was thinking something totally different than what is, you know, if that makes sense. And Blueface is so messy, y'all. He is so messy. He gonna go get the girl. He said he went and got the girl that broke that girl that he was kicking it with. He said that's the girl that broke him and Christian up when he was in jail. That's so messy. It's a pouty, it's a pouty, it's a pouty. Why my thing want to show me all this food? But shout out to them young folks, because I feel like them young folks is trying to get it together, child. And that, oh Lord, I just seen. My bad, y'all. They got sidetracked. Anyway, though, that's why I throw my parties, throw my parties, throw my parties. Ooh. Somebody had some ice cream and that looks so good. Ice cream and cookies. Ooh, it look good. I can't help but wonder what what could have possibly went wrong between Wendy Williams and whoever. Child, that is so sad. It's so sad. What's going on with Wendy Williams, y'all? Child. And you mean to tell me it's cause what? Cause her son was spending a lot of money. That's not funny. Hell no, it ain't. But I'm still trying to figure it out. Like I said, take the what and leave the what. Listen, listen. That ish can happen to anybody. Okay, period. So, you know, we got to take notes. That's all I'm saying. And child, that's sad. It is so sad. They done locked Wendy Williams away. As if Wendy Williams said, lock me up, throw away the key. That's not funny. I'm mad as hell. No. I said no. Shit, I'm mad. I'm laughing, but I'm mad. You know how they say, you have to laugh to keep from crying. They didn't like my girl. Wendy Williams away. Baby, I'm mad. Listen, I am mad now. Ooh, that's so messed up. Ooh, that's so messed up. Mm, mm, mm. I said, so what now? What now? Child, listen. Wendy was walking and talking. Shout out to her. Shout out to that. Yes, Lord. I said, yes, y'all. Yes, y'all. And so it was like TMZ was out there. It was like, Wendy, is there anything you want to tell the people? Wendy said, I want out. Or something like that. And the man gonna push her on her back. Like, go. Like, go. This little man gonna push her on her back. I said, you don't get your bitches up in there. Boy. That shit should be illegal. Listen, I hold on. I be looking, I be seeing stuff, and I be like, oh my God. A lot of this stuff be crazy. You know what I'm saying? A lot of this stuff be crazy, and like it don't be making no sense. Yeah, no, truth is it don't be making no sense. Like for instance, um, like well, actually a lot of stuff. But listen, that's gonna be a whole nother story for a whole nother day. Cause I really don't even have, the energy. Yeah, now truth is, I don't have the energy for a lot of that shit sometimes. Truth is, but let me just say this: a lot of stuff be wrong. It do, legally, like a lot of stuff. Uh, and I be like, why is this like this? And then I'm like, it's the courts. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of stuff that should be regulated isn't regulated. And it's almost like it's there to protect businesses, not the other people. That's what it seems like. Cause a lot of stuff that is able to take place legally, I be like shaking my head. That's crazy. What they doing to Wendy Williams included. In damn me included. It just is what it is. So shout out to that. Cause you know what? It seems like one time I was having this conversation with y'all, and I was basically saying that you know, I feel it's two ways about the Wendy situation. You know, because there is a flip side to it, you know, and the flip side is they it's somebody that could benefit from a conservatorship. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Because they claim that they trying to protect Wendy from somebody just spending all her money. Is not in her right mind, and like anybody that's around her can just spend her money, you know. And I don't know, you know, when I kind of think about that, like as I'm hearing it come out of the words come out of my mouth, it's like I don't know. You know, I really don't know. You know, it just it's shit don't sound so bad when I talk about it, but no, seriously, it just seems like they should be able to do it another way then. Does that make sense? Like, okay, well, I have her money on lock, but why she gotta be on lock? You know, lock the money up, but don't lock the boy mama up. You know, like she only got one kid. You know, so if that one goddamn kid is like let my mama come live with me, then let his mama go live with him. You know, like lock up the funds, but don't lock up the person. You know, like I just feel like, man, y'all want the truth? I really feel like legally is weird. There it is, you know. Hold on now. Yeah, I don't know. You know, I just feel like legally they doing too much. You know, um, child, but don't even get me started. Yeah, now, cause I could go long AF on legal matters. What? Child. Ugh. Mm. So anyway, cause that's crazy to me, you know. I just, it is what it is. I feel like it's just, it seems so stupid to me, kind of, sort of. And I take a step further. It also seems very played out. It's almost like if it ain't broke, you know, don't fix it, and you know, it's just like I think when it comes to conservatorships, the I think the paperwork, I guess that's the word I'm looking for. I just threw that out there, but I just feel like uh, Long story short, I feel like it need to be revised. That is revised. You know, like revised. Yeah. In other words, throw it out, toss it out like a frisbee. Yeah, it is what it is. Go. That shit need to be redone. Mm, mm. Mm-hmm. They be coming all around the mountain with some new shit. Okay. Truth is, child. Mm-hmm. Truth the hell is okay. That's just true. I mean, that's what I think. Um, so I don't know. Don't let me say it like it's actual and factual, but that's what I think. The hell? Free Wendy, cause that's crazy. So you mean to tell me, child, you gonna lock up and won't let her out just cause she rich? Oh wow. Wendy Williams must have said everything get here belongs to me. The people must have said, but you'll never see it. Child. And this is crazy. Yeah, no, truth is, it's crazy. But y'all, word on the curb is, the folks find the folks. I mean, they fine running too. It is what it is. I mean, I guess you being hidden in plain sight. Uh, Whitney Williams speaks. And shit. She still singing the same old tune. Whitney won't out. That's crazy to me. It's like, wow. I would love to be a fly on the wall, to hear, um, anybody, just any. Uh, 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 at first, I was thinking like Harvey from TMZ, because Harvey was an attorney. Um, Harvey has a background in law, and mixed with a little bit of Hollywood. It just is what it is. Harvey is about as industry as you can get. So like he comes to my mind after it. I would love to be a fly on the wall, and listen to what Harvey had to say about Wendy Williams, because yeah, like I, like I don't want to hear um what 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 they be saying. Hold on. Oh yeah. Ugh. Hold on, y'all. It says Whitney Williams lives in an assisted living facility under a court appointed guardianship due to past medical diagnosis and severe health struggles. Okay? But I don't want to hear that. Yeah, the truth is, I don't want to hear that. I want the real. I want to hear Whitney Williams is in. Hold on. I wanted to go a little something like this. Whitney Williams lives in an assisted living facility under a court appointed guardianship due to the past fuck ups and arguments with X, Y, and Z. Tell us the truth. Now truth is, say, she fucked up with da 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 da. It just is what it is, you see. So everybody else don't know not to do that. Okay? Yeah, now truth is, it just is what it is. I'm just saying that everybody else gonna know not to fuck with you. But you don't want that. I said that just say what you want. Sure. I'm just saying. Child, it's looking like it's giving now. Okay. But child, it is what it is. Like they say, oh, what it is. Child, they had to let Wendy Williams know what's up, I guess. And it's sad. Yeah, the truth is, it's sad. So anyway, shout out to Wendy Williams. You know. Oh. Child, I started getting bored and tired and sleepy. So shout out to all of it. Let me tell y'all something real quick. I don't know. I gotta. Anyway, what was I gonna tell y'all? Hold on. Because I was gonna tell y'all something. I'm probably finna go in a minute. What I was gonna tell y'all something. So hold on real quick before I go. Oh yeah, that's all I was gonna tell y'all. Child, that's crazy. Shout out to that. But Ray Janae Carter. Child, why Ray Janae was just recently. Hold on, y'all. Y'all tell me why Ray Janae just recently did this little she was doing her little 1 2 1 2, right? Child. Um, right. And a lot of people she said, stop telling me y'all gonna tell my daddy and let me grow up. I'm gonna be 30. I said, not you proving our point. The fuck you mean that you grow up? Let you grow up? Baby, if you finna be 30, you grown. Okay? Yeah, now truth is, okay? And so there you have it. But no, truth is, I definitely think that um I think the two things can be true at once, right? And you know, I agree with her. I think that folks do need to allow her to be grown, and quit attaching her to Wayne so much, because she is a grown woman. But at the end of the day, I think that Nay also really, really, really should be mindful of the fact that like we watched you grow up, and just it's listen, you're not uh you're not the only, one. It's just like if you're gonna grow up, grow up. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're gonna be grown, be grown. You know what I'm saying? That's what I meant to say. Um yeah, I'm because I said she proving our point, and it's the truth. She is proving our point. Like I personally, I feel like it's her too. You know what I'm saying? It's not just us. Um, and I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there. Like what I mean by that is, um, you know, she's not the only one that we feel like that about, right? Like we feel the same way about Lotto. Truth is, you know, we watched Lotto be a kid. So, watching Lotto as an adult has been, it takes some adjusting too, if that makes sense. Um, it just honestly is what it is, right, Janae? Like it really does come with uh um the territory, so to speak. It is what it is. Like I said, two things can be true at once. I do think that people do need to allow her the space to be grown, but at the end of the day, she also has to realize the space that she comes from. Okay? Truth is, and like all children, okay, because even Scott Jackson deals with this. Sky be like, I'm grown. Like Sky be like, literally, she seems like she be wanting to just stand on top of a fucking mountain sometimes and scream, "Bitch, I'm grown." You know, so all of us for real. I mean, just one good time. Just one good time. That's what she seemed like she wanted to do for real. Truth is, like, she's not the only one. I feel like all of these little girls, you know what I'm saying, who we watch be little girls, struggle to become women. Honestly, if I'm being real, I think Chloe Bailey struggles with that too. I think people witness Chloe come out kind of young and they don't really appreciate the woman that she is today. And I just think that it comes with the territory, ladies, but this is my thing. I feel like I said, if you gonna be grown, you see? Yeah. Because truth is, like, we like what when you're grown, it ain't nothing we can do. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, no, truth is, like, it's it's like that's why I use Lotto as an example for real. Lotto is a great example, you see, because Lotto is the only one that comes from that clout to me that like pushes the envelope forward. Yeah, now like Lotto ran up out the motherfucker. She said, "I'm grown." Okay. And y'all ain't finna hold me to it. It just is what it is. Lotto says shit. Lotto say, yeah, I was a kid rapping, but I wasn't a kid. Lotto say, shit, I didn't, my career didn't start on Disney. Okay. Yeah. Let's talk about it. But for real. But like I said, Lotto is a great example because, not a lot of these younger girls, okay? I'm talking about the ones like Ray Janae, and it's so many of them who we watched be kids on TV. None of them push that envelope. If you notice, like when I think about these type of girls, I think about Raven Simone. Have you ever seen Raven Simone in a bikini or any other sort? Like she don't do stuff like that. The other one, Keisha, the one that played Rudy, you don't see Keisha doing stuff like that. Kyla Pratt, Kyla, and that ain't Kyla, nothing. Um, I mean, who else? It's a lot of them. Ray Janae, you know, Ray Janae don't really push that envelope like that. You know what I'm saying? Like she likes to keep it a little bit more mild, you know? Um, like a chicken wing flavor, you know, instead of hot. It is what it is. And I just feel like, that's, listen, that's you. Now that's on you. It is what it is, but I can see how they might feel a ways, it is what it is. I can see how um that could just always keep them in a box, you know what I'm saying, so to speak, a small box. And shoot, Rachel A. Carter says she don't want to be put in that box, so to speak. But it is what it is, Nay. Like, like I said, you know what I'm saying? Like you you're kind of not ready. You know what I'm saying? Yourself. you know. Um so holler at us when you're ready. I mean, truth is, cause like it is what it is. If, like I said, if you're gonna be grown, be grown. You know what I'm saying? But you can't necessarily um put it all on the audience, but I will say it's us too, it is us too, because it's just like certain stuff we don't want to see these kids doing. And I can honestly say that is not just for the girls. Yeah, no, truth is that's not just for the girls. T.I.'s son King, I think King had to learn the hard way. Um, we watched King be a kid. Okay, so when King became grown or semi-grown or whatever he had going on, remember in his youth when people couldn't stand him, Lord, like King went through it. But he came up out of that, and now still as an adult, as a grown man, King now knows like what people want to see him doing and what people don't want to see him doing. It just is what it is. And like a lot of stuff that King does, I feel like behind the scenes people don't want to see King doing. Yeah, nah, truth is it is what it is. Um so King has learned to show the side of him that people appreciates. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just gonna say that. But I brought King up because he's a perfect example. It's not just the girls. It's our children. They have to be mindful of that. Hell, if you think about it, look at Bow Wow. Look at Bow Wow. Bow Wow still to this day holds himself to a certain standard. Does that make sense to y'all? Y'all see what I'm saying? Like it's a lot of stuff that Bow Wow won't do on camera, you know? And I think that comes from being a childhood star like that. I just think that it affects them. And I definitely think it affects us as an audience because it's just like I said, it's lots of stuff that like we just don't want to see them doing. It's and that's real. That's real. You know what I'm saying? So when Fab told his story about Reginae being in the club and thinking she finna do this, that, and the third in front of him and with him, no. Slow your roll. You know what I'm saying? That's what Fab was basically saying. And yeah, I felt that. But like, yeah, at the end of the day, I'm sure Lotto ain't the only one, but she is, one of very few, who has like successfully crossed over like, okay, I'm really, really grown now. You know what I'm saying? Cause other than that, we just will always view y'all as, you know, such and such's daughter, such and such son, no matter how old y'all are. And it just is what it is. People like, did y'all see how they was acting when Beyonce's nephew was with Tommy? They were grossed out by that. They did not want Beyonce's nephew with Tommy. They act like Tommy was just so nasty and needed to ew. They was like ew, you know what I'm saying? Like they was embarrassed for the they was embarrassed for Beyonce. Hell. Child. And was. They wasn't playing. They were playing behind the noses, little uh, um, light skinned baby. Who the hell light skinned baby is this? They weren't playing. Who goddamn white baby is this? They was not playing behind him, okay? They was grossed out. They wanted Tommy to get the fuck away and fast. So, child, it just is what it is. Ray Shanae has to understand that it's not just her, okay? Literally, it's not. Um, it's her and so many others that will go through this and are gonna go through this. It just is what it is. Another thing she has to realize is it's not just us. You know what I'm saying? It's her, too. You have to, feel grown and, really step into, your womanhood fully if you feel like um I don't know, something just don't feel right, you know what I'm saying, for you, it is what it is. And I don't know what that necessarily is gonna be she gotta do, because like I said, baby, we don't really be wanting to see Lotto do half the stuff she be doing, but she just do it, because she be like, she grown. You know what I'm saying? I would assume that would be a reason why she just still do shit. We don't want to see her do shit. Or whatnot, whatnot. So anyway, shout out to them though. Shout out to all the childhood stars. But like, yes, child, Rachel Day Carter. Rachel Day tried to get on everybody for saying what they were saying, which I get it. I mean, it is weird. I mean, it was weird, and all things they could have said, because shit, one, some people were saying that it wasn't that great. Hell, some people was like, get out of there playing around on the people flow and shit. So what I. So, the all things you can say. But I think there was a way of saying, you know, sometimes you gotta read between the lines. Saying I'ma tell Wayne probably was their way of saying, don't do that shit though about Rage Day. It just is what it is. So again though, it's still proving her point that people wanna run her life or whatever. Child, and it is her life. So shout out to Virgin A. I definitely wanted to talk about that though, and I'm trying to see what else I want to talk about before I get out of here. Hold on. I want to make sure I covered it all. You heard me? Like a bed sheet. Oh, let me see. I will say this about Soraya. Soraya said, she was like, one thing that got my attention that she did say is she said, I hope I'm not going to regret this later, but I don't regret it now. Soraya, I think you are going to regret it later, but that's okay. It is what it is. That's life. It is what it is. We got to live through it. But I definitely think she's gonna regret um such a, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a intimate moment, okay, in her life. Maybe that's not the word I'm looking for, but that's the word I want to use right now. But um basically, I damn sure do regret. I think that she might regret sharing her business, you know what I'm saying, with the internet, with so many people who don't know her. Like, I don't know her, not one single thing. um I want to send her my thoughts, though, my prayers, but I don't know her, and I think that that is probably what she might regret. Okay, it just is what it is, for real, because uh I mean, just think about it. I mean, just think about it. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. Like, if you um if you fall downstairs today, first thing you're gonna do is jump online and tell somebody, you know. Um, if you start your timely, your lady, your the monthly time, you know, and it mess up your outfit, you gonna get online and tell somebody, you know. Like, if you forget to pay your light bill, you gonna tell us that too? I'm just saying, if you get an eviction notice, you telling that? You know, it's just like, you get into it with your mama. You finna tell us that? It's just like, it's much stuff that's your business, right? I'm just saying. And it's like, of course you're gonna regret sharing that shit with some strangers. Yeah, yeah. Let's talk about it. Truth is, you will. But it's okay. You know what I'm saying? You live and you learn. That's how I feel about it. You live and you learn. And then I take it a step further. You have some people that do it all over again, you know. So that's that, you know. So maybe you won't regret it. I don't know, but I would say more than likely you are, more than likely you will, okay? It just is what it is. But she will be okay. Lord willing, she will live to fight another day. Yeah. Truth is, it just is what it is. So anyway, shout out to her. But yeah, that that did stick with me. Ooh, I need to cough. Yeah, hold on. Hold on, yeah. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. It's about it, it's about it, it's about it. Y'all hit that like. Y'all hit that like button. Scoot up. Hit my stream. I'm finna open up the chat. Shout out to that. I'm gonna open up the chat for a little while. Y'all drop in my comments and let me know what y'all think. Do y'all want to see Chrisean wear Blueface? Yes or no? This is one thing that I can honestly say. I think way more people want to see them keep it moving than want to see them go backwards. Now, I can honestly say that. Yeah. Truth is, I think some people wouldn't even mind seeing them co-parent. I need to make me some tea. I wonder if I got some tea. I need some tea. Because I ain't got time. I mean, yes, it. Let me see. I should have some though, but I just think that it's crazy. I might be out. I might be out though. I might be out, y'all. Chat, I might be out. I might be out though. Child, that sucks. I said I just might be out. Let me see. I might got some tea though. I should. Look, I told y'all. Say y'all. I got me some tea. I know that's right. So shout out to that. I said I know that's right. Maybe yes, I'm about to make me some tea because I I'm about to make me some tea because I'm tired. Hold on, y'all. I said, hold up. Y'all jump in the chat. Let me know. Do y'all want to see Chrisean with Blueface or do y'all want to see Chrisean move on? One in the chat if you trying to see him stay together. Two if she gotta move on like Diddy, child. Shout out to that. Let's see. Babe, I'm about to make me some tea. Let's see. With plenty of honey. Oh, let me see. God dang it. I'll be dim. I didn't wait till the store and forgot an ingredient. Y'all hold on real quick. Wash my teeth. I'll be right back. Hold on. It's the tea for me. Oh my God. We gotta talk about Chris Sales when I get back. Oh, hold on, y'all. Oh my God. So it's the tea for me. Shout out to Chris. But, y'all, we gotta talk that talk. Listen here, I said, man, look at here. Y'all tell me why Chris Sales, oh my God. Hold on, let me give you some honey. Y'all listen to this. Tell me why Chris. This is crazy. So, child, Chris. I'll say, well, first of all, hold on. Let me tell y'all what's going on. Then we can talk that talk in a minute. Hold on. Okay. So, Chris Sales. Okay. Baby. Okay. He went to jail, y'all. Word on the comments. Chris went to jail, right? But that's not it. Child, so Chris, okay, so I seen a live where Chris was saying that he said he went to jail. You know what I'm saying? He said he went to jail. You know what I'm saying? But he was like, I think he was saying he went to jail for like making false police reports or something like that. But he was basically like, I don't know what the fuck I told them. You know what I'm saying? That's what Chris was saying, right? But child, word and got all the way, came on around the mountain. Child, word got on the curb, right? That Chris allegedly was he had told the police that his kids were in a pond or something like that, and allegedly had the people looking for them. Child. And Chris said, and that's another thing though, Chris said that he was at a party and he had ate some brownies and then, you know, I guess he woke up in jail type ish, child. So, but child, like I said, shout out to I believe the lady channel is Access Media, because Access Media, shout out to her channel, baby. But she reported that right after that, Chris went right back to jail. Let me see. Hold on. Child, this is crazy, y'all. Thank you very much. Start making all this noise though. I'm done with you. Done with you. Let's see. Anyway, hold on, where my stuff at? Let's see. Child, let me see. Trying to see if I can find out. Cause if I remember correctly, I think hold on, y'all. Let me put y'all on hold real quick while I start. Okay, now hold on, cause like, hold on. That's what I'm talking about. Right, hold on. Sorry. It said Chris Sales arrested for the second time in 72 hours. Oh, I'm so tired of being sick. Hold on, y'all. Hey, what is up, you guys? Welcome back. Man, that was a lot. Okay. So, word on the curb is Chris. Oh Lord. Okay, Chris got arrested on Monday. Got out. Went back to jail on Thursday. So as far as I know, Chris still in jail in Waller County. I don't know what hill Waller is, but that's who got Chris sales right now, allegedly. And like I don't know what's going on with Chris. People were saying like he looked crazy in his eyes as he was telling the story. They was like, "Oh, it's all in the eyes. It's the eyes. It's the eyes for me." And I don't know, just sad. You know what I'm saying? Prayers for Chris. Now I will say this though. I will say this. I'm not sure what all Chris got charged with the first time, but I kind of slightly agree with Chris. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, truth is, I kind of, because this is the thing. I think that sometimes the police can like wrongfully charge people. You know, like I can't explain it, but like for instance, Chris said that there was no doubt about it that they should have knew that he was under the influence. Okay, I get that, Chris. But they didn't know if his story was true or not, I feel like. So I guess legally, maybe they had to do their job and see if he was telling the truth. That's crazy to me, but it is what it is. I can understand that. You know what I'm saying? So that is what it is. That part is what it is. But, you know, like I have just saw certain stuff that was like weird. You know what I'm saying? I can't explain it, but like, you know, just certain stuff. Like for instance, I've seen people get charged with certain stuff at the club. Not saying that, you know, it's just kind of hard to explain. But you know, if you know somebody is under the influence, how you gonna then turn around and charge them for X, Y, and Z? It be weird sometimes. I can't really necessarily make the point I'm trying to make because I can't, you know, think of anything exact. But like, for instance, like, you know, people be squabbling in the club, you know. Then here come the police. You know what I'm saying? They drunk. You know, like, it's, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but it's like, don't charge them, like, I gotta see something that I was watching and, you know what I'm saying, come to that conclusion, you know, if that makes sense. Because, like, for instance, with Chris' situation, right? Chris said that he was basically laying on the ground swimming, you know? So he was saying, like, in Chris' mind, he shouldn't have been charged with nothing because he feel like he was on it. So they shouldn't have never been listening to him from the get-go like that. But this is my thing. So in that case, if he was under the influence, right? Why charge him? Why charge him with a false report? Instead, charge him for being under the influence. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what caused him to do a false report. But if he was under the influence, I don't know. I think the false report charge is kind of stupid. You know, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? That's just how I feel about it. Like, I kind of feel where he coming from. You know what I'm saying? Just to a certain extent. I'm not saying that he shouldn't have been charged with something, nothing at all. I'm just saying the charges was, you know, a little bit off. But it is what it is. I guess they feel like the crime was him falsely reporting something, you know, and they feel like you did it because you was on something. Don't get on that no more. You know what I'm saying? Because if you falsely report something again, your ass gonna be charged. But it is what it is. Child, he done falsely made a police report on Monday and then went to jail for evading on Thursday. So I don't know. He just might still be in jail. And it's crazy too though, because I do want to. The answer to it all, baby. Hold on. Can I stand it? Don't just put me on something and just let these people start loose lipping. Hold on. Child, yeah. So word on the curb is Chris is now property of Waller County. That's not funny. But he is now currently in the custody, okay, of Waller County, which is down here in Texas somewhere, child, somewhere near Houston. Child, and I'm like, ooh, Chris. But you know what's crazy about that though? It's crazy because I had just thought about Chris. Yeah, now truth is that's the truth, y'all, for real. on everything I love. I had just thought about Chris. I was like, Chris been quiet. I don't, and so, I don't know. Maybe it was seeing Queen, because y'all know Queen and Clarence was just online for streaming university. They was online quite a bit. So I don't know. Maybe it was seeing Queen. But Chris ran across my mind. Y'all know, because Chris is he be online, you know. So he is somebody that I would kind of call like an online personality a little bit. If you ask me, Chris is the type of person that walked so Blueface could run a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Because Chris is crazy. Chris is pretty entertaining and funny. So, he had crossed my mind, and I just remember asking myself or saying to myself, where's Chris at? Just wondering to myself, where's Chris at? I ain't seen Chris in a while. And so y'all, I kid y'all not, right after that, I don't know how soon after that at all, I don't recall, but right after that came the story about Chris going to jail and stuff, and I was like, wow, that's crazy. But I wonder where he been, you know what I'm saying, before that. Like, he has been really quiet. He had gotten really quiet. So, you know, who knows where he been? But like, yeah, wishing Chris well, cause like I was trying to say, people in the comments, they be saying all kinds of stuff. It is what it is. You know how they do. And if you, but this is one comment that I found interesting. Sometimes people in the comments will say that they will say that sometimes things can trigger the brain and like start up certain stuff, like schizophrenia and stuff like that. But y'all know what I'ma say. Baby, it might be a whole lot of patience around me. I know that's right. We having these ass patience with me. But I'm no doctor, honey. And truth is, so I don't know, okay? I really don't know. So anyway, shout out to that. Then I'm trying to see what else is going on these internet streets, child. I'm telling y'all, trying to. I'm really trying my best, y'all, to go over it all. You feeling me? You feeling me? Because because I don't want to leave nothing out. Before I go, let me open up the chat. I'm gonna open up the chat again so y'all can vote. Okay, I need y'all to vote. Do y'all want Like, I want to know what y'all be saying about Krishan and Blueface. Do y'all want them together or no? Let me see. Dang, all you folks is breaking up. Wow. I don't know. I'm about my business. But now they saying Toosty and his girl are calling it quits as well. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all one thing. Yeah, one thing I know, two things for sure. And Peter, get the hell out of town, Peter. I just had to say that. Yeah, not true, Peter. I just had to say it. For real. The fuck he thought. Y'all talking about, y'all see Peter talking about he mad, acting like he mad. Boy, scratch your booty and get glad. Cynthia Bailey doesn't owe you a thing. Okay, somebody was mad because she didn't help him save his house. Boy, leave that lady alone. Hell. Should have stayed married. Okay. And I hate to break it to him. That young one he running around here with ain't gonna help him save the house either. Okay? Yeah. The truth is, I just don't got, I ain't got her doing it. No, the truth is, I ain't got her doing it, but she might. So shit like that. Anyway, I gotta see what else is going on in these internet streets. I forgot something about Tank and oh, that's all I was gonna tell y'all about Blueface them. That little boy, yeah, he's different. I can't explain it, but he has definitely been different. It's almost like, cause remember, after the baby shower, Nevaeh, somebody took him, the little baby. And if I had to guess, I would think that his grandma, grandma. I think grandma took the baby, and I think she had a talk with him. Because if you notice, he just different now. You know what I'm saying? Like, all of that pick me up and him being all over Blueface, and like, no. I think somebody had a talk with him. It just is what it is. Because the baby, her son, he has been different. So shout out to, whoever did that, okay? Yeah, no, truth is, like, shout out to that. Because this is how I feel about it. I don't think I've ever really addressed this before. Truth is. But this is how I feel about it. Personally, I don't think that Blueface be on anything weird with the little boy. Okay, let me just say that. First things first. I don't think he is weird with kids. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that. But, however, I am old school. You know what I'm saying? And I do come from the old school. And, just the old way of doing things is, it's not like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, children don't sit all over men laps. You know what I'm saying? Where I come from. That's just how I was raised. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't allowed to do it as a child, and I never allowed my kids to do it. It just is what it is. So that's that. Now, also, too, though, being as old school as I am, personally, I think that all children at a certain age should be kicked out of the bed, okay, with grown-ups. It just is what it is. That's how I feel about it. I don't believe in letting real big kids sleep in the bed with you and your significant other. Period. Bottom line. And especially if it's not the child's dad, okay? Or if it's not the child's mom. It is what it is. It goes both ways. You know what I'm saying? When it's not the parents, the biological parents of the child, the child, it gets weird for me. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. Not to say that the grown-ups is on any kind of weird timing. I just think that, I think that babies are the only people that are allowed in the bed with grown-ups, and then I think also, at a certain age, that baby got to get out the bed. It is what it is. Like a baby, anywhere from 0 to 2, they really the only ones that get a pass like that. Truth is. And like I said, it can feel a little weird when the baby doesn't necessarily belong to the significant other. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. So, yes, in my opinion, Superior definitely, no matter how attached he might be to his mom, it is what it is. House in foreclosure, I would give a damn if the house was in 10 closure, okay? He would have to have his own little bed. It is what it is. In Blueface room, at that. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. Everybody keeps saying that he's trying to get rid of the girl, and maybe he is, because let's be real. Everybody say they read the chat. You mean to tell me she haven't read that everybody feel like the bed is gross and this, that, and the third about his bed? Come on, the baby, he should have somewhere else to sleep. I wouldn't give a damn if it was a mattress, a toddler's mattress with all of everything on it. Let's get to it, okay? It just is what it is. Like, this is where you sleep, and this is where mommy sleeps, okay? Bottom line, because he big enough for that. Just my personal opinion. But yeah, shout out to whoever, took the baby and obviously, had a talk with the baby. You know, it is what it is. Cause I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. Like before he left, he seemed really, really like oblivious. You know what I'm saying, to things. Now, if you pay attention to him, he's really quiet and he seems like he's in tune with what's going on more. You know what I'm saying? At first where he was just running around playing around and seemingly thought the world of Blueface. You know what I'm saying? Now it seems like somebody had a talk with him and he like not like he don't necessarily think Blueface is the best thing. You know what I'm saying? Um um like his best friend, so to speak. You know, you can tell. He's different. Um, and you know, it is what it is. Uh, like I said, shout out to whoever, you know what I'm saying, had a talk with him because, like, yeah, you know, I like the way he been acting lately. It is what it is. He seems to be like acting like himself, you know, if that makes sense. Versus, I don't know, he started acting different, you know. Um, he started being bad, you know, just doing a lot of bad stuff. Uh, yeah. Now, the truth is, it seemed like somebody had a talk with him and he didn't switched it up all the way up. And it's really kind of crazy too, you know. It is a little bit when you think about it, cause it's like, damn. It's like I don't know. The conversation could have been had, so it's almost like mm, like they felt like they had to get him from where he was at to really just talk to him. He wasn't even gone that long either, so that's crazy. But you can tell somebody that had a talk with him, and if I had to guess, it was like his grandma, or somebody older. Cause basically they told him to sit down somewhere and be quiet. That's what it seemed like. And he be listening, you know what I'm saying? And maybe they told him, maybe it had something they probably threw the baby in there too, like mommy's gonna need you to be good, because, the baby, she got a new baby, and he probably really just wanna help Nevaeh, you know what I'm saying, and be there for her, but whatever they told him, shit. Uh, I love it because it was a three. He did a 360. That's crazy. It is what it is. But yeah, shout out to them because he sure been acting better. Okay. Yeah, it is what it is. He been acting better, and I ain't heard him ask to be picked up not one time. So shout out to that. He probably talked to his daddy too. you know. Truth is, because I think Nevaeh haven't been seeing eye to eye with his daddy. And if I had to guess, this little break that he had from her while she was in the hospital, somebody probably let him talk to his daddy, you know what I'm saying? Because people been saying, where's his daddy? Where's his daddy? Where's his daddy? There's no way a daddy gonna let his son be this way with another guy. That might have happened too, you know what I'm saying? Maybe they talked to his daddy. Maybe his daddy had a real good talk with him. Um, But somebody definitely did. And I can tell you right now, if they watching him, which I know they are, um, they proud. So shout out to that. Yes, y'all. I had to stop and I had to stop what I was doing and tell y'all that because I have definitely seen a change and Superior, so that's good. And I hope that I really do hope that his mom takes him to school. And I take it a step further though. You know, all of this stuff that his mama got going on though, I don't know. I don't know. She probably ain't in no rush to take him to school, you know, because she probably don't want people to be, you know what I'm saying? Like it's bad enough. Like it's for real. It's bad enough that her family gotta see her going through what she be going through on stream. Now imagine um the teachers. You know what I'm saying? That's why I was saying she need to keep him um off of the stream. You know, it is what it is. She need to keep him off of the stream. So she could be able to be like, hey, you know, listen, I'm a grown woman. Shoot, my baby ain't witnessing none of that. You know what I'm saying? And yeah. Well, yeah. Like, I'm good. We good. He good, you know? Um, and really mean it, you know? Say it with her chest. But like, man, I could see that being a reason kind of why she ain't ready to take him to school, you know, or got him in school, because they got some crazy mess going on. They do, and, you know, just all that swatting and stuff, that stuff ain't cute for that little boy. It's not. So Nevaeh she gotta figure it out. And I take it a step further, shit. Now if that's Blueface way of trying to get rid of her, then yeah, that way might work. Mm-hmm. The truth is, now that just might do it. Cause I could see people being like, hell no, Nevaeh. Now that's too much. Now, how much you wanna bet? After yesterday, her people was probably begging her to leave Blueface. I could see it. You okay? I can hear her family now, ready to plea bargain with her. Okay, well you if this if she got some real ones in her life though, you gotta have some real ones in your life when they go to talking like that. Um, if they go to saying, okay, well, if you don't want to leave Blueface, then let Superior come with me. You know what I'm saying? That's how they'll go to talking. Go on, yeah, okay, well, okay, yeah, sure, I take the baby too. You want me to take the baby too? Well, I didn't think you would. So you go ahead and do whatever you gonna do. But, you know what I'm saying? I'll take Superior for a little while, but it's gonna take, you know, there's somebody that she really love and trust for her to probably even, you know what I'm saying? And then even still, she might be like, no, I don't want to be without Superior. You know what I'm saying? Maybe all right. I probably just do need to just leave him, you know, leave him to this house, this streaming, you know. Uh, Because at the end of the day, y'all might be right. He probably do be trying to get rid of her. Because I never thought about it. It's like, wow. But, you know, y'all know he got that little room he like to stream in. He got that little, you know, room he like to stream in. And I feel like he just like any other dude. He be wanting girls to come on his stream and stuff. I think he be wanting to interact with other women. And I already told y'all before, I think, personally, I think that's kind of what, I mean, not that by itself, though, because if you a good dude, you ain't gonna let nothing like that stop you from being with your person, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not stupid enough to think that, but I definitely think that, I think that streaming stuff and having other women on your stream and all of that, I think that got in the way of Holly Bailey and DDG relationship for real. Cause let's be real, y'all see how he was with India Love? He wasn't finna be able to stream with India Love for all that time like he did, and them acting like they messing around and acting like they so ready to bump uglies every other stream, you know, like he wasn't gonna be able to do that with no girlfriend. And it seemed like the minute he got single, he ran and started doing that type of content, you know? And if you ask me, maybe, just maybe, if Blueface do be wanting to get rid of Nevaeh, I could see that being the reason why, you know? Um, that's about it. But I also thought, you know, remember that last little incident he had at his house? I think he be knowing that that ain't always the best thing either. Y'all see what happened to Adrian Bono? Like, I just feel like a whole lot of girls with a whole lot of men never go well, and they always get caught up, even if it ain't them. They image always take a hit because they be like, yeah, well, I was at your house and your friends did blah 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 blah. You know, it's just, to me, it don't never be worth it. Cause somebody almost always do some BS. So, um, honestly, I don't know, but I do feel like the quickest way to, you know, run her off, personally, I think would be would be that. I hate to say it, but it's the truth, you know. Like um she's a mother, you know, with a kid. So I don't know. I don't know how much of that, you know, people gonna sit around and let her keep going through, you know, with her kids. But I don't know. Cause honestly, I just feel like sometimes they don't always have an answer for that. So like, for instance, if they can't do nothing legally, it ain't nothing they could do legally. But I just feel like eventually, watch, they gonna start ending up asking the veil questions like, you don't have nowhere else to go? You know, like, is there anywhere else you can, you know? Because they feel like, well, I think they feel like the swatting is attached to Blueface. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, honestly, but I don't know how much longer, you know, um, they gonna keep doing that shit, but it's crazy. It is too. It is. Like they honestly should be tired of that shit. Even Blueface, he should be he should be tired. Like, mm. But What y'all think? Y'all jump in my comments and let me know if y'all think see, and that's the sad part about it. I think that it just seems like Nevaeh thinks that she's being demoted or something, you know what I'm saying? By getting her own place or having her own place or living at her own place, because she say she got one. The chat say she don't. Blueface say she do, I guess. I don't know. But I think she's so afraid. I think she's so fearful of moving out. hmm I guess she feel like she'll be taking a step back or, you know. But I get it. A lot of people be wanting to live with their spouse, you know. So I can get that. But girl, I don't know. Sometimes you can't always get what you want. Yeah, truth is. Sometimes you can't always get what you want. Sometimes what you want ain't always what's best for you. And not to mention, like, girl, Christina's gone. This man he has a bachelor pad. That's that's what it's giving. It's giving a bachelor pad. You know what I'm saying? It's giving she needs to move out and let the men clean it. You know? Clean it and run it in the ground. Like do what they do, you know? Cause she too blind to see that Blueface. She just dealing with somebody that hate being alone. Okay. Definitely want some free labor. It is what it is. He be saying this and this and that and the third, but evidently that man don't be wanting to pay nobody. Baby, truth is, he don't be wanting to pay nobody to come clean up and stuff, cause he be too on her head about the shit, you know. So, um, but it is what it is. Personally, I think she just gotta get tired. You know, she gotta get tired, just like every other woman did. But anyway, child, shout out to them young folks as they figure it out. Blueface had me laughing yesterday talking about the veil made him some neck bones over rice. I mean, neck bones can go over rice. I don't see nothing wrong with it. Sounds good to me. Somebody, yeah, whatever. He hit her with that southern shit. It is what it is. My thing is though, somebody said she can't even cook. You know what I'm saying. So that's my thing. You know, if she not that good of a cook, then I don't know. Maybe her neck bones, you know, wasn't hitting, you know, like that, so to speak. But shoot, I ain't mad at her. You know what I'm saying, for trying. It is what it is. That sounds like, you know what that sounds like? That sounds like she cooked one of her childhood meals. You know, child, it is what it is, and he didn't appreciate it. Uh, yeah, nah, truth is, he didn't appreciate it. But yeah, child, please. We might as well go home, child, whatever that is. Because I see what's going on. I've been told y'all he want her to take care of the liar, the cheater, the heartbreaker. Yes, child. And the dog. Okay. She gotta take care of Batman too. Mm, a mess, child. A freaking mess. But shout out to all of them though, cause I don't know. I just feel like at this point it ain't nothing they won't do. To keep everybody entertained, keep everybody, paying attention. So anyway, shout out to them, shout out to that. And now I told y'all I gave y'all an update since this live been going. Baby Christian say she don't want no parts. She said she taking a break from online, and I'm like, yeah, in true Christian fashion. It is what it is. I ain't mad at her though. Christian really needs to go heal. Truth is, she needs to go heal. That would be nice. You know what I'm saying? That would be nice. Um, yeah, truth is, cause like nobody really, I feel like nobody really was paying any attention to um the fact, you know, that she is hurting. I feel like nobody ever really paid attention to that. Because, people do what they do and they, do certain stuff. And so you tend to forget and stuff like that. But remember, I tell y'all, I say it all the time, but like they going through a breakup. They going through a breakup. They going through a breakup. Krishan just hid her feelings way, way better than, a lot of people was ready for, and Blueface exposed that. It is what it is. He really did. He exposed that. Shoot. Um, so shout out to him. And child, shout out to the whole circus because it is what it is. I see, uh, I don't know. It's almost like I see them all as individuals. And at the end of the day, they just all trying. I can even say that even Carlissa is like, I don't know. Carlissa seems to be trying to do and be something different too lately. If you really pay attention. Or maybe she just had something going on. It is what it is. I know she was recently celebrating her birthday. So shout out to her and shout out to that. But yeah, who knows? Maybe, just maybe that's why we haven't heard from Carlissa like that. Child, so shout out to that. But it is what it is. Carlissa gonna I just feel like she gonna keep her something going. Does that make sense? She gonna keep something to talk about. You can believe that. And so, Carlissa has the last baby mama. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, now truth is she got Rila to hold on to. And we all know Rila is the one that Blueface just totally disowned, totally ignores, totally don't want nothing to do with because she kept her baby, allegedly. And so, Carlissa has been in contact with Rila. So it is what it is. You know what I'm saying, baby? The content is still content, as far as Carlissa is concerned. And like that is like her how can I put it? That is like her act, okay, in the circus, so to speak. Because it is what it is. Carlissa is definitely an active member of the circus, but it just Blueface, he just so hot and so cold. Her spot is never solidified. It's just not, he be ready to kick her out. Kick her out, kick her to the curb, cut off her spotlight, all of that, you see. But Carlissa ain't going down without a fight. She is not. She keep coming back, child. This time she done came back with a new baby mama. So shout out to that, child. Shout out to Carlissa, because you just never know. You never know. You never know, child. Because her and Jaden, you never know. Like right now, we don't know where things stand with her and Jaden. Jaden had an event to go to. She didn't go. Guess who went though? Blueface. But Jada did go because Jada said she didn't have a babysitter. So, and I think it was Carlissa's birthday weekend, so she really didn't have a babysitter, which is sad. Yeah, no, truth is that's sad because that goes to show that like seemingly this is your entire village. So that's kind of sad, you know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. Shout out to of uh all of them, child. Every last one of them. I will say this. Um, yeah, now let's talk about it. I will say this. A lot of people like Rila. I like Rila too. I like Rila because um I just like the way she carries herself. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. Or hold on, maybe not okay, maybe not the way she carries herself. I like the way she conducts herself. Okay. Period. Like for instance, when Nevaeh's now remind you, Rila and Nevaeh be getting into it. Okay. Nevaeh will address Rila, okay? Because Rila ruffles her feathers a little bit. It just is what it is. What you mean you pregnant by my man? Type ish. So as much as Nevaeh be wanting to ignore Rila, it's hard. Okay, it just is what it is. But I will say this. During the whole baby shower thing, Rila could have said something and she didn't. She was like, man, I'm gonna let them have it. I'm finna watch this foolery with the rest of y'all. Like that's the vibe she got. She didn't speak on none of it. Like none of it. Now every now and then, Rita and Jaden be getting into it. You know what I'm saying? Now, Jaden Alexis is another one that be like tripping with Rita, but Jaden will trip with every last one of them. Truth is, she will trip with every last one. But Krishan is really the only one that really gets under Jaden's skin. Like, yeah, now like an ingrown toenail. She like, you know what I'm saying? Krishan is the only one. they both kind of pay Nevaeh dust. Yeah, now truth is, they both pay Nevaeh dust. That's why Nevaeh, I'm not gonna say that's why, but Nevaeh started speaking on Krishan's baby. That was the only thing that would get her to move. Mm-hmm. Krishan said, well, no, wait a minute. Just like that. When I move, you move. Oh, just like that. Yeah, she was ready to start moving with the bitch, okay? Like Luda. Or whatnot, but not, you know what I'm saying? Not at first, you know, Krishan don't really care. She don't care, she don't care, she don't care. The only person that gets under the Krishan skin is Jaden, okay? Because of the history. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, not like a book or subject matter, okay? Jaden and Blueface have history. Okay. Yeah, no. They got real love, like Mary said. I'm searching for a real love. Or something. Okay, so hold on, y'all. And so Krishan, um, she thinks that Jaden, you know, is Blueface's, you know, first love, first family, but things didn't work out for them. So now, you know, I'm that girl. Yeah, now I'm that girl. Like Beyonce said, you just heard her. You heard her. And so, you know, with that being said, hold on, y'all. Hold on. All right. So anyway, yeah. So Jaden Alexis is the only person that could get a real rise up out of Christian. But you know, every now and then they will sit up and go to listening to what Nevaeh gotta say, aka the hillbilly. Like not hillbilly baby. Child, that is so funny to me. Jaden is crazy. Jaden is crazy. Child, I like the fact that she pulled that shit out. Yeah, nah, that shit was funny. Funny. I can't wait to hear everybody else's comeback. So far we got the hillbilly and we got the baby disabler, child. That's what they call them, child. That's what they call them. So, you girls, I would need y'all to get to work. What y'all gonna name Jaden? Oh, and I'm gonna need it to be good. So think about it. Don't take your time. So shut up to that. Child. Mm-mm. That shit was funny. Hold on, y'all. Child, anyway. I'm trying to see how on. Oh, we already knew that. They done gave Deshaun Watson the job. What else is going on? Oh, I tell you one thing, they ain't about to stress me out. Um, yeah, I guess he all right. Shit, he making more money than I'm making right now. Yeah, so it is what it is. Shout out to Shador. Shout out to Shador. Child, that looks so good. Why they want me to? Ooh, St. Louis fried rice. Oh, that might be good. Yeah, the truth is, that just might be good. I heard they got some good Chinese food down there. So shout out to that. Child, listen, y'all. Ooh, that finger wave is cute. Um, has the power been restored in Gary? Shout out to the folks. Um, the people in um, Indiana. Okay, they need some some goddamn lights. Okay. This is what it is. What's wrong with everybody? Like, man, what is going on? I do not know. Truth is, I don't know. But anyway, Poople Stars, it's your girl Shay Renee. I came, I saw, I conquered. I threw my party, threw my party, threw my party. So shout out to that. That do not look like Lil Durk. Is that Lil Durk for real? That ain't. They said that is not Lil Durk. They play too much. Online plays. They play a lot of. Somebody talking about before Krishan and Blueface, we had Jocelyn and Steven. Man, Jocelyn didn't play. She didn't play. She didn't play. And neither did Krishan, though. Neither did Krishan. Remember, that's why Blueface was saying. Blueface was saying now, you know, he just get cussed out, not necessarily bopped. Yeah, nah, he said his new girl ain't coming with that bow 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 on uh 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 yeah, nah, he ain't get this one. Ain't got a holy hands. Yeah, not Miss Little Ditchcraft, not Little Miss Ditchcraft. Anyway, Boozars, I man, holla then. ah, I see y'all on my next video. Bye, y'all. I'm out. Boom, 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 boom.